Right. Let's see if we can get the second half of this done. So we came close. OC, bacon, test. Everybody likes testing with bacon. Okay. Now we know that day 5, we know that day 5, the second test is not working the way it should be. And it's supposed to be 143, is that right? Day 5, 123 it's supposed to be. Oh, wait, this is not up to date. I need, did I commit it or is it still sitting on my laptop? If it's still sitting on my laptop, I need to go and get it. I did not commit it. Okay. I will be right back after the ads. Okay. Let's see what I've got on my laptop. I was trying to solve this on the couch last night. It was not going particularly well. Okay, which one? That's the wrong one. I have a dual screen set up in my office with one big portrait monitor and one big landscape monitor. A laptop to the side and a desktop behind that. And the laptop is work because, in their infinite wisdom, everybody has a laptop at work, even though I'd much rather have a desktop, to be honest. And the desktop is everything else. But you can't use a desktop on the couch. So at best, the laptop is usually a thin client for, for everything else that I do, and just shell into whichever machine I actually need. But it currently contains my solution for day 5. So we'll commit that. Actually, I should set it up so that I can shell into this machine. I hardly ever do. We're in Advent of Code directory. And get status. Here we go. Work in progress. It's a whip. and push that shit. Okay. Now, if we pull, yes, now we got changes. All right. Yeah. And lots of the test rerun, and there's all kinds of things happening. All right. So it looks like, all right, we got some fails. So what's happening with day, for the second part of the puzzle, we have to determine the incorrectly ordered updates. We're trying to order the updates, and we get an input that looks like this. And these are the rules. Page 47 has to go before 53. Page 97 has to go before 13. 97 has to go before 61, and so on. But a lot of them involve the number 13. And what's happening with the second example is that 97, 13, 75, 29, 47 should become 97, 75, 47, 29, 13 with 13 at the end because that's the correct order. So mine is not doing that. The first two are correct. Oh, hey, Matt Bird's Quest, how you doing? Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? Hey, Ashrodan. Matt Bird's Quest. There we go. We're doing some Advent code again. Everybody else is up to day 12. I'm up to day 5. It's fine. Everything's fine. Bevy. Also a major event for Bevy. They finally got recognized by HIO. You can now mark your game on HIO as Bevy. Dashboard. Game. Whoops, wrong one. Sorry about the flashbang. Edit. Metadata. Engines and tools. Bevy engine. Hooray. You done a second, wait, what? 24-hour streams? Oh, you're still day one. Yeah, I know those feels. 24-hour stream. Is that healthy? I don't think I think I would just fall asleep. That's extraordinary. Wow, well done. Blimey. Did you sleep, or like was some of the stream of you actually sleeping? I know people do that, right? Oh, you get affiliate unlocked. Nice. Well done. Excellent. So this will be your affiliate anniversary. People do, like they you're starting to get dozy. We should absolutely sleep. Yeah, people put cameras on of them streaming, sleeping, which I guess is comforting for some people, but I just find it a bit odd. Like there's a whole category, isn't there? Twitch, just sleeping. Just sleeping. I'm only sleeping. There it is. Oh no, that's a game. Oh, sounds on.
That's cute.
Huh. Someone tried to troll you, but you're really hard to troll. It's like bathtub stream, only works for women. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, why did they call you a creep? That's rough. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. You should absolutely sing Radiohead, though. It's the correct response for almost everything. Okay, so we know that this one is not reordering. 97, 39, 29, 75, 47. And we've also got a bunch of these triggering. So let's see what's going on there. Right, so we know we've got a lot of rules, but all of them failing? And none of these are triggering. I would have expected rule something or other was before something or other fixing. But it is never happening. Dog wakes up. I should switch away from dog cam. He's being pretty boring today. That's Teddy. Even though the account was only an hour old, I gave it a follow. Huh, that's nice of you. Although sometimes that can be counterintuitive because if they you can't use follower only chat to prevent spam. There are settings you can use. Oh, speaking of follows, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. There are settings you can use to prevent. Oh, you want him to try again? Okay, well, fair enough then. Go for it. So this never triggers during the test. There's a lot of spam in here, which is probably not helping. Maybe we should reduce some of these. Current row is never constructed. Let's fix these. I don't like that being untidy. You want as many people to try to troll me as they can. It's funny. Oh, okay. Well, if that's your thing, that's your thing, man. Go nuts. Variable does not need to be mutable on day 5. This could be a const function. Sure, why not? We'll change it back when we don't need it anymore. There we go. Now we can actually read what's going on a little bit better. Oh, Ash is doing an AOC? Nice. You'll be well ahead of me. I'm just doing bits and pieces where I can, but I always get behind. I am not the best at these algorithmic puzzles. It is used. It's just being used in a test right now. Now, variable color on day 4. Let's get rid of that. Okay, there's a whole bunch of shit going on here. Value assigned to color is never read. Oh, yeah, we don't use this. You're right. And then we've got, oh, maybe we do. Like that. If let else is an expression, you might not need mute at all. I do need mute. You're wrong. It's more idiomatic to write let mute letter equals if col. Oh, okay. Let's see if we can apply that advice. Hey, thanks so much. Go and sleep. I appreciate it. Definitely go and sleep. Okay, so let's try if let. Wait a minute. What was the advice again? Was it if let collars match? Let mute letter equals if collars match. Yeah. If so, it's essentially a bit like a ternary, really. If call is match. Are you doing your AOC in Rust, Ashrudan, or something else? Hi. Not for a little while. Do you need something? Oh, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's do it in 5. Okay, let's try that. And now you think, oh yeah, it doesn't need to be mutable. You're right. Nice. That is tidier. Okay, and then we've got some unused use statements. May as well just tidy these things up so we can read what's going on. Nice. All right, I am going to be right back. I just have to move the truck for someone. And in the meantime, you can have an empty dog bed. All right. I think everything is finally organized in the house and I can focus. Okay. Let's go away from empty dog cam and let's figure this out. Now, so it's saying in the samples that this one should be 97, 75, 47, 61, 53. 47, 61, 53. So that one's correct. And we see that it's supposed to be 123, but we're getting 105. So it's close. This one I think was correct. 61, 29, 13. Yep. So it's just the last one. And I think the issue probably is that I'm not tracking which of the rules that I've already applied. So I need to make sure that I don't undo my work by applying the next rule. Because 97, 13, 29, 75, 47. It just hasn't changed at all. So I'm guessing that there's two rules that kind of undo each other. So what we need to do is make sure that we track where the last position of the, hang on. How do we make this work? Because what we're doing at the moment is we're checking the position of A in the rule, we're checking the position of B, and then if B is less than A, we're making sure that we move it to be after A. But we move it to be exactly after A. That should still work, surely. What happens if we take away all but the one that's failing? And then we can get some better information about it. So it's this last one. And the result should be what? 47. Expected is 47. But we actually get 29. So let's look at the output of fix update and see which rules it's applying. It's not fixing anything, which is weird. So let's go info processing rule. Rule. Oh, it doesn't implement display. Let's go with, okay. And we'll put it here. Really? Are we just not running it on this update? That's deeply weird. If not update is valid, we fix it. Is it possible it thinks it's already valid? No, because it's being added to the list. Hmm. You know what? Instead of doing that, let's grab this. Oop, put that there, and then we'll just process part of fixed. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's essentially 5 to the end. It's just the last one. Oh, no, bad. Iter. There we go. Okay. Oh, index 5 out of range. Oh, yeah, because there's only 3 of them. Okay. So let's go 2. There we go. Now, it's not showing any rules being processed. Oh, actually, instead of doing it here, we need to do it here. There we go. Now, if we go to fix update, why do we get no output at all? Like, why are we not getting output here? If I do debug, does it change? Is it weird because it's been in a test? Oh, yeah, look at that. Okay. So that's probably why we're not seeing output in here. Okay. All right. So fixed B is 13, fixed A is 29. So that is the rule 2913 is that one. Let's give these a slightly easier to read output. So info doesn't display in tests. That's good to know. Um, so 2913, 4775, 7547. Uh-oh. That doesn't look great. And 1329. Yeah, so there are rules that reverse the previous rule. That's why this one is difficult. Interesting. So, how does that even work? I must have misinterpreted the way this works. "75 is correctly first because there are rules that put each other page after it. 75 must be before it. Every other page must be after it." Hmm. Within each update, the ordering rules that involve missing page numbers are not used. So if we look at the orders, 2913 is a thing. 1329 is not a thing though, right? So I must have screwed something up. A is 13 and B is 29. Rule before, rule after. Hmm. So we check and we find that A is in the rule before. So that is 13, which clearly isn't. Let's just debug rules. And then we'll see which one's leading and following these statements. Okay, so 4753 didn't apply. This one, 2913, did apply. 9729. 4775 applied. 4713 should have applied, I feel like. I need a divider. Okay, it's too long. All right. So, no. Actually, we'll only debug if they match. Okay, so 97 and 13, but B was not less than A. So A0, B1, yeah. Then we get A0, B4. A2, B3, that's fine. Actually, should we take, let's take, oh, okay. All right, so this is the first one that we actually changed, 29 and 13. B is 1, A is 3. So we change it and we go B becomes, B is inserted into A plus 1. And so we'll get the final order of fixed. To see what's actually happened. Oop. All right. So this is the first one we've changed, and now we have 97, 75, 29, 13, and 47. Okay. That one's fine. That one needs a change. So before is 47, after is 13. Oh, here we've got a problem. I see what's happened. So it's reading 13 as being at 1 still because we're looping across it. We're reading from update rather than from fixed. That's what's going on. Okay, so this, in theory, might just cure all our problems. So we're reading from the original instead of the repaired copy. Hey, there we go. Okay, much better. Okay, good. So now we need to take this limitation away and make sure it still passes. And then 123 is the correct answer. So with any luck, our actual answer will be correct. Let's find out. That's day 1. Oh, have we not written the day 2 yet? Part 2, part 2. Oh, that's right, we haven't. Solve B. Q, res, print Q, let mute total equals O for update in and Q updates. If not update is valid, total plus equals. Oh, we need to fix it first. So let fixed equals fix update rules update. Which is Q rules. And then total plus equals fixed fixed len. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's right. As F32 divided by 2. Oh, there's bound to be an easier way to do this. Or as U size. Really? Doesn't seem mismatched to me. What have I missed? That's closed. I have missed something. Oh, yeah. Yes, because it's a result. So let's go unwrap. I'm reasonably confident in that for test purposes. And then debug total. And we get, what do we get? We need to do a team shout out too. Oh, is the robot not working? The robot is not. The request input is not valid. Please see the endpoints documentation for possible reasons when calling post. Ah, what happened? Let's try running that again just to see if it works. Is Discord working? Discord is working. Team is crashing. Oh, somebody broke the team shout out. Who did it? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's move this across to here. So we've got, it's not numbers because we've gotten the list. Have they updated their thing or is somebody's character and a name breaking it? Interesting. I'll have to look that one up. I am not certain. but we'll move that back to here. And I will shout out somebody else. Irish John. Everybody should be following Irish John if they're not already. Is Irish John Games? It is, right? There we go. Okay. So it thinks 5199. Let's try that. 5199. Uh-oh. Too high. Okay. All right. What could I be doing wrong? Damn, I was kind of hoping that was the right answer because it passed the test. All right. Let's kill this. 5 past 0 failed. Hmm. So my test is good. And it thinks it's too many, too high. What could I be doing? Update is valid. If not, update is valid. Let fixed equals fix update. And then add the total, add to the total the middle number of each fixed array. So it's very sensitive to being slightly off in the way that we're handling the updates, like moving it to the wrong position or. Make sure you're using the full input data. I should check that. This is going to be a flashbang, I'm sorry. Select or copy. And we'll check our 5 AOC. It has 1377 rows. And the replacement has 1377 rows. So that's correct. Anything about the input data? Maybe there are some with non-odd numbers of rows. Odd numbers of columns, I guess. So let's check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Seems fine. They all look to be odd numbers. Any chance I'm missing one? Am I removing the white space? You would think it would just break if I wasn't doing that. Maybe I'll just grab some output and have a look at that. I might also check Discord to see if anybody had any issues with day 5. Now that everybody's well past it, let me just scroll back here and see if there were any problems that came up that I don't know about, which is bound to be day 7, day 6, day 5. No. Not seeing a whole lot of things. Bummer. Okay. So let's think about this. What could it be? Why would we be? We're too high. We're too high, but we don't know how high. And the trouble is, if I'm not correctly reordering them exactly the same way, we'll get the wrong answer. It's very sensitive to that. So let's go with just checking our method. Use the page ordering rules to put the page numbers in the right order. Only the incorrectly ordered updates and ordering them correctly. The middle page numbers are 47, 29, and 47, which produces 123. Find the updates which are not in the correct order. What do you get if you add up the middle page numbers after correctly ordering just those updates? So, as I understand it, so 97, 13, 75, 29, 47, 97, 75, 47, 29, 13. So 13, I think, moved multiple times because it had to be after basically everything, including 97, 61, 29. So it had to move again. 47, so it had to move again. 75. Yep, 75 as well. 29 and 47. I'm just wondering if I'm not following a rule that I'm supposed to be following. Seems to me that I might be. I mean, my process is that you only move one if you have to. You move it to be right immediately after the thing it's supposed to be after. And you keep moving it to immediately after the thing it's supposed to be after until all of the rules apply. But I'm wondering if, for example, what if I move one so that it's after the thing it's supposed to be after, but then um, something else, it has to be after something else, but then that something else moves again. And so I haven't checked to see if it's still afterwards. So I might be undoing my work and not know it. So one approach to at least diagnose if that's a problem would be for me to run the is valid again and just check them. And if I'm wrong, then maybe process those. I don't know. At least I would have more information, right? So let's try that. So that means we actually need to collect the fixed update ones. Let mute fixed updates is a vec of what is it a vec of? Vec of I32 equals vec, and then fixed updates push fixed, And then for update and fixed updates, if not update is valid, debug update. Clone. There we go. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay. So plenty of them are still wrong. Oh, boy. How many, I wonder? All of them? Yeah, probably. Oh, no. Okay. So my test passed, but my actual program definitely does not. Okay. Cool. First of all, let's just check for silly errors like, for example, am I definitely using the fixed update? Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. That's all right. I kind of knew that I needed to go back over it, but I'm wondering if, how do I reprocess the rules? Do I just go back to the beginning again and process it again and again and again until it passes? That doesn't sound like the most efficient strategy, but it might work. Um, let's use this for a more compact version. Info invalid update. Doesn't implement display. Let's do this one instead of the full one. And just make sure that works. So we've got an invalid detector now. Oh, except it doesn't. Why? Why is info not showing up in my outputs? Is it because of that error with the logging? Let's look at that again. Bevy log could not set global logger and tracing subscriber as they are already set. Consider disabling log plugin. What does that even mean? Consider disabling log plugin. I'm setting tracing subscriber here. Why would I disable log plugin? I don't understand. If I take this away, does it stop? Oh, and then the infos come back. Interesting. I wonder if it's because of the state transitions thing. Log transitions. Yeah, this thing. Let's get rid of that. Actually, undo, undo, undo. And then get rid of that. And we'll take this out. Now what happens? No, same deal. Oh, we get ads. Oh. Huh. So we've disabled log plugin, but now well, that's annoying. So how does that even work? If I disable log plugin, I can't get infos. Is that what you're telling me? Apparently so. But if I let it be enabled, then it complains because I'm setting the tracing subscriber. So I can't have it both ways. What is going on? If you want to set up your own tracing collector, hang on, let's look for tracing subscriber. You know what? Let's just kill this for now because we're not really using it for this exercise. And we'll try again. And now info's back. Okay. So these are all our invalids. All right. Good. And we'll figure out what's going on with tracing subscriber later. Get rid of that. Okay. So now I need to try to reprocess everything after I've made an adjustment. I think that's the only way to do it, is just to iteratively work through. So instead of for rule and rules, we'll go let index equals 0 while index is less than rules length. Continue is kind of correct, but we need to increment. So index plus equals 1. Index plus equals 1. Index equals 0. And index plus equals 1. Does that sound right? What's the issue here? Oh, right. So this is now rules index. All right. Still passes the test, which is promising. But let's see if we get a different number when we run it. Let us see. Well, no invalids, so that's encouraging. Isn't that the same number, though? Isn't that what I guessed last time? 5169? I'm pretty sure it is. Oh, no, it isn't. It's 30 different. Interesting. Ooh, I wonder. Hey, all right. So when in doubt, reprocess the whole thing, huh? Okay. I got day 5. Thank goodness. It only took me 3 times as long as everyone else. Let's see what's going on with the leaderboard. Chris is up to day 13, my goodness. And I'm stonking along here, but I haven't missed any. No gray stars, no empty stars. Damn it. I'm stubborn that way. I'm just stubborn that way. Okay. Cool. So, we should totally shout out Chris as well, who does an awesome series on admin of code. We'll link to his. In fact, I wonder, would it be all right if I? Yeah, Chris is keeping up. Yeah. How you doing, Lon? I actually want to watch his 5 now to see what I did wrong or what I could have done better. Am I allowed to restream that? I feel like doing good. I feel like if I link it up, and Chris also runs
Code for day 3.
I don't want day 3. Chris also runs an excellent Discord, which you can get to from any of his videos for people who are doing AOC or just general creation stuff. It's awesome. So let's find day 5. Here we go.
Code day 5.
And, ooh, that's very white. Why is that white when my background is black?
Code day 5. Weird. We've done both parts.
So yeah, we might just skip through this so that I can see all of the things that I should have done. And then maybe we'll ask about that tracing business. I don't know what's going on there. Why am I not hearing anything?
All days so far, but at this point,
I have no sound.
It's good to remind people that you do not need to do both parts every day. Doing part 1 is enough.
It's very true.
Make sure that you pace yourself as we get through, day 10, day 15. There's 25 days of this, so it is quite a lot of work.
Yeah.
So day 5 is Print Q.
Totally linked
a very
up.
familiar printer.
Bluetooth and Linux, yeah, I know, right?
New Slay launch safety manual. New pages need to be printed in an order. The notation X.
It's never been perfect. That's for sure.
X and page number Y are to be produced. Page X must be printed at some point before page Y. The elf has for the elf.
I'm not going to restream this whole thing. I just want to find out what's going on.
Just create day 5. And then we've kind of got these rules, which I think I'm going to put into that hash map. That sounds correct to me. Having
hash map, that's a good idea.
Numbers that need to go after this one. So
I didn't do that at all.
Using nom here because it just starts to make these kinds of things easier.
I really should be using nom.
Or multiple things to parse or sections to parse in our input. What is our answer for this? Our answer needs to be 143. So I'm thinking about going with a fold many for this. I think I'm going to change these U sizes actually to U32s. We're never going to have a U-sized thing, so we don't really need it. So we end up with a rules parser. That is the first section with a fold many.
So fold many.
Separated pairs. We can include the line ending here as well.
Let's just look that up real quick. DRS nom. Bluetooth and Linux is just one of the reasons why I don't use Bluetooth headphones. I completely agree. Most of the time I get by, but every now and again it just decides to completely fail for no apparent reason, and can be really frustrating. Plus, I swap between two PCs using a KVM, and I don't always get the audio to swap cleanly. Okay, now repeats the embedded parser calling G to gather the results. Bluetooth DAC in the headphones, yeah. This stops on error if there's at least one result. To instead chain an error upset cut. Accepts empty inputs, many one will return an error to prevent going into an infinite loop. That's always my downfall. I end up in a loop. Fold many, tag ABC, vec new. So ABC becomes ABC. I see. So what Chris is suggesting is
Well, notably,
terminated, separated pair. So terminated just picks up the line ending. Separated pair, complete U32, tag, complete U32. Okay. And the fold many, he's folding that one into a hash map default. Wow, this is way more than I've done with NOM. I'm going to have to think about this one. And then he's passing a closure, which just pushes the item into the hash map and then returns the hash map. Okay. All right. I gotcha. I think I could use this as a pattern, even if I don't necessarily understand every single part yet. Okay, cool.
I switched from using new line in the earlier videos to using line ending. It's the same thing,
I
except for the
see.
fact that line ending works cross-platform because it's not just a new
Oh,
line,
nice. All
literal.
right.
So when we have our hash map here, we're going to get these items in, and these items are going to be tuples. One of these will be the page ID, and one of them will be the after page. So we can use the entry API, which is great, to grab that page, and that will theoretically give us a vec that we can then just push into, or we want to insert a new vec with the after in it. And we can
Okay.
grab our, so we've got 75 through 29, and the last one is 97 through 47. So I think we're good here. So our return value changes to be the input, the parsed rules, and the parsed updates. So we should have those up here ready to go. As just a reminder, we have the hash map of the rules so that we can do get lookups into them. And then we have all of the updates because we're going to iterate over them. And
Okay.
input should be empty, so we're just going to ignore it with our underscore. So how did I say we were going to actually do the logic here? I think we're going to pop off the first one, which means that we need to pop the head off. So we're going to iterate over updates. And for now, we'll just kind of collect it. One really cool trick here is that we can use an underscore in this type.
For listening from modern phones, none of which have audio out, yeah. 5K DAC, it's indistinguishable quality wise from fully wired audio interfaces. Interesting. Not a fan of NOM, just like its syntax choice of nested function calls. Winnow and Chomsky. Now, Chomsky's on my list of things to try. Lots of people have said good things about Chomsky, but I'm not quite comfortable enough with NOM yet to feel like I've actually learned it properly. I've just done some really basic stuff, part of which turned out to be wrong. Like day one, I think. Was it day one I used NOM? Or day two? Day three, potentially. There it is. Yeah, so branch alt. Yes. Take until don't. Tag don't. Yeah. I got really confused about how to avoid recursion. Just go with Chomsky then. I need to learn NOM first. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll use Chomsky as the next one, just to kind of try it out. Trouble is then I can't use Chris's
To actually just
guide.
let the Rust compiler infer it. So for each update, we get the list. We need to pop off the front though for this
Okay, so he's not
strategy to work.
actually
I think we also want to
doing
enumerate
replacements
this
in place,
because
which
that'll
is
give
kind
us
of
our
cool.
index. And I think here we can filter. Specifically, we can probably filter map. So we'll start off here by shadowing update and calling it a slice into this vec. We can do that with this syntax. So we
Huh.
have everything here, but actually we want everything after. And what we actually want here is the 0th item of update. And I'll just throw a none in here for a second. Actually, I'll throw a to do in here for a
Hmm.
second because we're still working with this and I kind
You
of
can
don't want it
mostly
highlighted in red.
passive
With
combinators are all
that, in
quite
this case, comes the
similar.
need
Only so many
to
ways you can express those
annotate
combats. Yeah,
collect
yeah,
in some
concepts.
way.
That's totally
The issue
fair.
here is actually not that we don't have an annotation at all, but that it can't figure out what we're going to keep. So really what we're going to end up here is a vec of options of U sizes because these indices are coming in as U sizes. So there are two places we can look to see if we have kind of an iterator that does this for us. Because we can just sit here and we can slice into it and keep going. But it is possible that there is, a generalized version of that, which I think is somewhat unlikely to be in the standard library, honestly, but I will look anyway, just to show like what I do if I'm looking for something that I think could exist.
So
Kind of
maybe
not
in
see
editor
anything
tools. Yep.
in the standard library,
Called
which
it.
is what I expected. One thing we could do is dropping here. So we're going to loop anyway.
Good old
And we
editor
could,
tools.
as
I
we
need
increase
to
this
know so
index,
much more
do a
about editor
dot
tools.
dropping and return that iterator because that'll consume the first n elements, but it also doesn't give them to us either. So we need to find another way to do that. Looks like dot get could do what we wanted to. We would need to turn it into an iterator. And then again, we would also need to handle keeping around that other piece of state as well. So it looks useful in terms of like utility of it. So get, some range out of the iterator. I don't think that it's actually what we need. Multi-peak is interesting. An iterator or adapter that allows the user to peek
Okay,
at multiple
this is
next
getting
values without
into
advancing the base.
what did we actually end up doing?
9. Yes, I terminated that. Okay, so we are not going to be using that helper for the moment because we need this to run once and I need to be able to cancel the process if it's taking too long. And with it behind abstractions like just and other things, that's not working. So no matter what happens here, we need to do this logic anyway. So we can do some logic if we have some and continue to update our slices regardless. I feel the need to check the rule set again.
I
So
just
the rules
did
specify what
in
numbers
place
must come
modification,
after,
which is
but
probably
they
not the way
also
to go,
kind
but
of
it seems to
implicitly
work.
specify what comes before. And my guess is we don't have
Okay,
a
what about part
test
2?
for that in case it's necessary. So the elves got to work printing the correctly ordered updates. You have a little time to fix the rest of them. For each of the incorrectly ordered updates, use the page ordering rules to put the page numbers in the right order. For the above example, here are the 3 incorrectly ordered updates and their correct ordering.
Yep.
This
Yep,
really
yep,
only
yep.
works out well if everything is correct. Is there only one incorrect number in all of the updates? I feel like
No,
there would be a lot of edge
there is
cases
not.
for this if it wasn't tightly constrained. So maybe we get to identify just the one that is wrong. I feel like it's telling us to only move one number. My concern with that is
It's wrong.
that I really just want to implement the full sort because we have all the rules. But if we're not
Yep.
supposed to touch things, then I hope we only have 1 to move. They don't show any examples with 2 to move.
Yes,
But
they
I feel
do.
like this
Well,
could
maybe
easily
his
get out of hand
examples.
very
No, his
quickly.
examples
So we
the
need
same
the
as mine.
updates that are not in the correct order,
And that's got 2 to
then
move.
we need to
Actually, maybe
modify
even
them
3.
to be in the correct order, and then we need to add up the numbers for us. I didn't return any of the.
So, oh, sort by. Interesting. That's cool. Implementing sort by with a closure. I didn't even think of that. Oh man, that's cool. I like it. Get a is some and pages contains B. Ordering less, else ordering greater. That's cool. Yeah, I need to go back to that source file and check it out. Very sensible.
13, that is correct. 97, 75.
I
Code
don't know
day
why
5.
YouTube is
We've
doing
done
that.
both. Assumed that we needed to sort this whole thing, but then I wasn't sure because it didn't say sort the whole thing
Yeah.
explicitly anywhere. And that's the kind of thing Advent of Code has done in the past, where it doesn't specify something like that, and you find out that you were only supposed to move like one of the numbers.
One thing, yeah.
So let's cover this again. For part 1, we have a set of rules and a set
It's actually
of
the
updates.
recap I find I learned the
These
most
rules
from.
specify pages that need to come after the page on the left-hand side. So 13 needs to come after 29 here. These updates are not necessarily correct. The first three happen to be correct. So,
Mm-hmm.
for example, all the numbers for 75 are either after or not in here. Same thing for 61 and 53 and so on. So, the way we tried to do this is we kept track of a number as we went along and ended up checking to make sure that, say, for 75, it had a vec of the numbers here that need to come after it and just making sure that none of them were before it. So, for 61, there's numbers that need to come after it. And we, for our validity check, made sure that neither of those numbers were 75 or 47, basically.
Yeah, so all we did was, oh, it's the wrong file. All we did was for rule and rules, let sum. So find the first position of the first rule number. Find the second position and then check to make sure B wasn't less than A. So that seems pretty straightforward. But actually, it's only straightforward if you choose to pass it. Oh no, it's still straightforward. Yep.
I feel like I was almost afraid to look at our benchmarks today, but our benchmarks are fine. Our yesterday was slower for us, so that's 200 microseconds and 360 for part 2. So for us, the parser was the easiest part of today. I think generally speaking, you probably could have done this with dot split and dot lines. You would have had
Yep.
to split on double new line to get this gap, and then you would have had this
Which
and
is
this,
exactly what it
and then you would
did.
have had to dot lines this, and then dot split again. Same thing down here. So for our parser, we decided to break it up today into a number of sub
Okay,
parsers,
so for part
which is one
6,
of the
I'll use
benefits of using
I'll use
NOM. So we
Chomsky
have
and
a
see what
parse
happens.
function that takes our stringing slice as an input, and then we have our rules parser and our updates parser. For our rules parser, we decided to terminate it in a line ending. I also could have just like put this in between these two. I just decided to do it like this instead. And then we return the results of those two parsers, which happen to be a hash map and a vec of vecs. So our updates parser, much simpler than the other parser probably. We have a separated list looking for line endings and then a separated list looking for commas. So that's all of this down here. So then we get a vec of
So
each
2
of
lists
these
inside the
vecs.
other.
Pretty straightforward
kinda
for this
cool.
one. For rules, we decided to go with fold many 1. That's because I wanted to build it up into a hash map again.
Yeah, that was
One of the
cool. I
things
don't
that
fully
people do for
understand it yet.
speed in Advent of Code is not use hash maps, but use sparse vecs instead. But I'm not trying to squeeze every bit of performance out of this. Maybe you are. Maybe that information helps you. So we get fold many, which is just a fold. We have our parser here that will iterate repeatedly. We have the default data structure here that will accumulate into. This is going to be a
Right.
function. So in this case,
Now I
it's the
get it. So
default
it's a
hash map.
fold. It's
And then
just
we
a
have
fold with a
closure,
parser.
which gives us the accumulator. That is our hash map. The keys are the page IDs or the page numbers, and the values are the pages that should come after them. So we get a page and after, and then we get to use the entry API. The entry API is a really nice feature of hash maps in Rust. We can do .entry on the page ID to see if there's an entry there. If there is an entry, then we
No
can
way my
push
text is
the
black.
current page that should come after
The
into that vec. And if there
explanation
isn't an entry,
of
we get to set whatever that value
fold
should be,
many
which will just be
1
a vec with the after page in it.
was very
So that gives
helpful.
us 2 parsers that we can combine. That's parser combinators. And then for our processing, we take those rules and those updates. We iterate over all of the updates. So that's each of the lists of numbers that need to be in a specific order. There's some extra logic here that we don't actually need. Specifically, one of the things that I was doing is I originally felt like we were going to do the test on all of the pages that came after. So I was slicing and moving forward. This is just taking
Okay.
off, the front option of the slice every time we move forward. We do keep the current item around, which is really important because then we know what page we're supposed to be looking at the rules for, or what pages should come after. And then we use a
Okay.
while loop, which is
So he
fun.
goes
We
through, he
take the
takes
length
each
of the
page and goes
before
through all
pages because we are
the rules
filling
that
the
reference
before
that
pages
page. I don't
in
do that
as
at
we
all.
move through, and making sure that it doesn't match the original update length. So making sure that we haven't pushed all of the pages for the update into this before pages, because if we have, then we're done with this loop.
Literally all I'm doing is checking the rule list from front to back, getting the first characters for it, getting the characters from the rule or the indexes from the rule, checking to see if they're less, moving them, which is an in-place modification, which is probably terrible, then resetting to 0 and starting again. Oh, I'm a bad programmer.
loop and we automatically bounce out and move on. I happen to be looking at part 2, so I'll switch over to part 1 quickly. It's the same logic though. We kept the same logic. So
Okay,
inside of this while loop,
cool. Thank you very much, Chris. Now, let's go to part 6. Oh, by the way, Bevy engine is now an official itch.io engine. Hooray! You can select it in your metadata now. Very happy about that. Okay, part 6. Here we go. We can do it. What is this turning out to be anyway? This is a giant 10. Is this the 10th anniversary? Did it start in 2014? Huh. Okay, part 6. Guard Gallivant. Let's do our setup. Let's close this and this and this, but not this. Here we go. Day 6. Let's add a state. Let's go to days plugin and add a new mod and a new plugin. And in loading, let's add a new input file. Asset path equals input 6 AOC pub 6 handle puzzle input lines asset. And we'll go to a new plugin, source days, day 6. We'll grab quite a bit of day 5. And we will remove almost everything. So get rid of this. On enter, day 6. Look for the string 5 just in case I need to change it anywhere, which I do. Okay, and we'll get rid of all of this crap. Clean it up. Command spawn new day 6, that's fine. And we'll change the title to Guard Gallivant. What do you want to bet we're going to have to figure out when the guards are, like, when we can sneak past them? Seems like this has been a theme in previous years. And then we'll get rid of rule, which no longer exists. We don't need from string for rule. That was interesting, actually. I didn't know about from string before. Well, I knew about it, but I didn't know how to do it. We'll keep process, but without that. And this is puzzle inputs 6. Remove, remove, remove. 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 Solve A can stay. God damn it. Bad Vimmer. Very bad Vimmer. Let's put the display up. Let's put the keys. Show me the key. Let's put the show me the keys up. And then people will be able to tell how bad a Vimmer I am being. Very, very bad Vimmer. Such a bad Vimmer. Okay. Now, solve that, blah, 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 go away, blah, blah. Yes, we might visualize. We're definitely not visualizing the last one. That was too much. Basically, we'd just be moving around numbers. It wouldn't be very interesting at all. Okay, let input equals what? In fact, let's just grab it now. Expected is predicting the guard's route. Yep. Why do we always have to sneak past a guard? 41. Expected equals 41. Let actual equals 0. And get rid of this test. And we do not need most of the stuff. Get rid of this crap. And super. Oh, yeah. I'll use that. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about a thing. I'll use it. I'll use the hell out of it. Where's my puzzle input? For example. Interesting. Okay. The map shows the current position. All right, let's start from the top here. The fancy device again. Which device? This is from Series Search. Device and pushes the only button on it. After a brief flash, you recognize the interior of the monitoring station. Okay. In the year 1518, what? Having direct access to history is very convenient for a group of historians. Well, I guess that makes sense. So it kind of takes the challenge out of it, don't you think? I don't know. You still have to be careful of time paradoxes, and so it will be important to avoid anyone from 1518 while the historians search for the chief. Unfortunately, a single guard is patrolling this part of the lab. Of course they are. Maybe you can work out where the guard will go ahead of time. Why can't we just travel in time so that the historians can search safely? You start by making a map, your puzzle input of the situation. For example, oh, what is this? The map shows the current position for the guard with, okay, that's the guard, is currently facing up. Oh, this is starting to seem like a roguelike. I can see how this could be interesting from the perspective of the map. Any obstructions, crates, desks, alchemical reactors, etc., are shown as hash, very harsh hash. Lab guards in 1518 followed a very strict patrol protocol. Of course they do, which involves repeatedly following these steps. If there is something directly in front of you, turn right 90 degrees. So always turn right. Otherwise, take a step forward. Wow, that is a very strict protocol. Following the above protocol, the guard moves up several times until she reaches an obstacle, in this case, a pile of failed suit prototypes. Ding, ding, ding. Because there is now an obstacle in front of the guard, what happens if they reach the edge of the map? Same thing. She turns right before continuing straight in her new facing direction. Reaching another obstacle, a spool of several very long polymers. She turns right again and continues downward. All right. This process continues for a while, but the guard leaves the mapped area. I see. She turns down, she turns right, her right, not right on the map. Interesting. After walking past a tank of universal solvent. By predicting the guard's route, you can determine which specific positions in the lab will be in the patrol path, including the guard's starting position, The positions visited by the guard before leaving the area are marked with an X. In this example, the guard will visit 41 distinct positions on your map. Right. How many distinct positions will the guard visit before leaving the map area? Okay, it's going to be a flashbang. Select all, copy, and flashbang gone. Edit. Assets. Input 6 AOC. All right, biggish sort of map, I guess. Cool. How many lines? 130. Wonder if it's square. It is. It's perfectly square. That's cool. And where is the guard? And what direction are they facing? You can't search for that. Oh, there it is. It's facing upwards. Okay, cool. I think we're going to need an enum to represent the guard, right? So let's go. Close that, close that. All right. Let's go with derive. Actually, no, we don't. Well, yeah. Debug, maybe default. Struct guard. Oh no, enum guard. Haven't been using enough enums. So let's go. And we're also going to need either a list of a grid of all map locations, or just a list of all a hash map of all obstruction locations, right? So enum guard, and I guess facing direction, right? Like or enum guard facing, maybe. So north, south, east, and west. Now, hang on. It's not as if it's going to be redrawing it every time, so I don't need to interpret the character. But I do kind of need to know if the initial position is north facing. Or can I just assume that from my input? I feel like maybe I could just assume it from the input, because I can see the input and I know they're north facing. But I am going to need to update which way they're facing later. So let's do this. Yeah, that's fair. We can do default. It's not strictly speaking true, but it will be for this one. Okay. So given that, what else are we going to need? We're going to need a basically everything on the map. So either you have a hash map of all possible locations with an option to have a thing in them that might be either an obstacle or a guard, or you have a hash map of all. I think it'd be better to have a hash map of all obstacle locations and then just track a guard location. I'm wondering if I do this like a bevy game. And then I can just display it, right? However I like. But then it'll make it harder to test. So maybe if I can try and test the logic separately and then implement things as a game for the visualization. I think that'd be the way to go, right? So let's try it. Let's go obstacles. Now that's going to be essentially a hash map, but you don't want it to be a hash map. You want it to be a resource. So actually, derive resource, and then I guess we'll implement the logic in a testable way, even though it's on a resource. Defaults, yes, debug, possibly other things, struct, obstacles, locations, and we'll use bevy's hash map rather than standard hash map, which is bevy utils hash map. And should we use a tuple or should we have a specific type for the coordinates? I feel like maybe just a tuple would work. So I32, I32, and we don't need to know whether the obstacle is, we don't need to know what kind of thing it is. We just need to know if it's there or not. So actually, maybe it's kind of redundant doing it this way. Maybe we should just keep a list of them. They never change, but lookup is way faster if it's in a hash map. So I guess Boolean. Seems a bit redundant since its existence in the list is all you really need. Well, the other way of doing it would be to have the Boolean represent whether it's the current location of the player or / the guard. It's kind of weird. One of those situations where if you don't set it up right for the first part, you end up being screwed for the second part. But that's okay. That's okay. Let's try it. Let's go. Let's try Boolean. And that's going to need to be public. Or even the resource could actually be map, or area map. This could be obstacles. And then player location or guard location. Guard location is an I32, I32. And, we could also use vec2 because we're in bevy. That's true. Let's just use vec2. And then guard facing. Okay, that's good. And then we need to init that resource. So we're in line 20. Init resource. Area map. Okay, what is your problem? We need a default? No, just dead code. All right, cool. Now, what other things do we need to represent? I think that's all. Oh, maybe the total dimensions, like how big the map is, um, which we won't know until runtime when we've actually loaded the area. Or I could hard code it and cheat. Well, it's not cheating. It's just sensibly understanding your area. Okay, let's oh no, because I need to be able to no, we can hard code it because even though the test function is different, we'll just pass it in. Yep. Let's not waste time with that. Okay. So process. Now we're going to be calling an external function so that we can make it testable. So let's start with that. Now we said we're going to look at using Chomsky, so that'd be interesting. Let's try it. Let's go cargo add Chomsky. Or did I do that already? No. Okay. Rust Analyzer freaks out for a minute, and then it settles down again. So how would I go about this? Now, first of all, I need to get it to a similar state that I have it in with the asset loader that I use, which has it in strings on individual lines. So let's go with that. I think lines, collect, and we'll go vec string. Like so. Oh, is it iter lines? No method named iter. Oh yeah, chars, that's right. We did this for day 5. What did we do? We had the same issue. Input split once, unwrap, then get rules, rules lines collect. Split is what am I doing wrong here? Method not found in chars. Iterator over the chars of a string slice. Is it chars collect? Split? Oh, we're having all kinds of fun now. Now we got vec of char. So call. But now why can't I split? So we get this working first. Okay, and then we go let strings equals input, I want to say split. collect and just see what it does. Expected FN mute char closure, but found char, really? So I'd have to do something like that. Huh. I often wait until these things are just going to become completely seamless, but I haven't gotten there yet. um, okay, so strings now should be. Is it and string or string? Oh, that's not even close to what I was looking for. So can I do this? Definitely not. So map string from. Oh no, it's no, it is map string from. Can't go from and reference to slice of char, which is fair enough. I think it would have to be X. Um, isn't there a two string here? No. Oh, it does? Huh. I wish I didn't struggle with these basics, but I will eventually get them right. Let's take this away since we're specifying the type in the declaration. So after we here, we get references to slices of char. Should I then join? Um, map, hang on. That's in the split. Map x join, I guess. That doesn't really help me, that error. Okay, let's ask the LLM to see if it can summarize for us. And if it comes up with something that I feel is ridiculous, then I'll go in another direction. Join. No, not join. Essentially what we're saying is convert vec char. No, split vec char by new line, convert to collect to vec string. That's what we're asking. Yeah. Huh. Okay. So you do need to use closure, but then it'll collect. So what I was doing was just trying to circumvent the process. So in that case, we get Ah. So you need a map after that. I see. Is it double collect? Yeah. All right. So put that together with this, and we get. Can I do that? Yes, but I don't know that I like it. So this is why people use parsing engines. All right. Let's see if instead of using puzzle input lines asset, which I think is actually doing us a disservice, instead of doing that, let's implement a new one. So puzzle input lines asset is giving us a vec of string using toString collect. File contents is string from UTF-8 bytes. So what if I just take one big string? So we'll copy this to puzzle input string asset. We have 3 different varieties that we can choose from. Oh, no range allowed? I didn't think I had a range. Got an air break in a sec, so I'll probably get a cup of tea. Puzzle input string asset rs. And then in loading, we will init asset puzzle input string asset and init asset loader puzzle input string asset loader. So this is the most basic of possible assets, essentially. Then down here we use string. That's a bad vimmer, very, very bad vimmer. And in the asset loader itself, we'll do that. And that. You know, we really could have used a finder in place. But again, as I've said before, bad vimmer. Very, very bad vimmer. Okay, and instead of returning this, oh, there's the ads. All right. Now, cup of tea enabled. So instead of doing this, our asset is not going to be rows. It's just going to be, actually, could our struct just be one of these? UTF-8 bytes. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. That's wrong. Yeah, that's basically it. Now it's complaining about day 3 for some reason. Oh, did I edit the wrong file? I'm always doing that. Yep, I did. This is the correct contents for puzzle input string asset. I know it's loaded in another buffer. I'm trying to overwrite it. It looked like it was commented out. That's why I did it. Okay, so go back here, repeat that command, and then use git to undo this. Okay, better. Puzzle input string asset needs to be imported. So let's go to loading. It doesn't know. Use puzzle input string asset. Seriously, why can it not find this? Do I just need to reload? Rust Analyzer figures shit out. Come on. Did you seriously just fail to find that? All right, fine. Did I just not add a mod? Oh, maybe that's it. Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. Hooray. Do wish that there was a simpler way to get Rust Analyzer to just replace all inputs or find all inputs, but I guess not. Day 6. Okay, so we're failing on line 60. Yeah. What's your problem there? Trait bound is not satisfied. From is not implemented for bevy prelude asset ID. Huh. What have I failed to do? Oh, right. Okay, any other instances of that I need to change? Looks like we're mostly done. Okay, and then we've just got warnings, which we can figure out later. Let me just rescue my tea bag. Very important that the tea is consumed so the brain can continue to work. It's the way it happens, folks. It's the way it works. Is the way it works. Okay, consume the tea. Right. Now then, actually passing it with Chomsky. So we're going to need to learn about this because I have no idea what I'm doing. Absolutely no idea. So, Chomsky. Hopefully not a flashbang. I pass a library for humans with powerful error recovery. Well, I like that. I am a human, in theory. I'd like to shout someone out, but I don't have my thing working. Need to find out what's going on there. Let's go with Indie Game Devs team. Who's on? It is.
Bastard. Why?
Well, we've already shouted out June. We won't do that again. Practical's on. Freshwater Fern. Who's on the lower end of the spectrum with viewers that need some more? How about the Danger? Let's shout them out. More viewers. Everybody should follow. Everybody should follow. T3H_DANGER. There we go. Excellent. Do that. Give that nice person some more views. Indie Game Devs. It's on my Discord. All right. And Chomsky. So let's look at the basic idea here. Recovered AST. Cool. Example brainfuck puzzle. I love it. All right. I'm not sure that really interpreting brainfuck is what I want. Tutorial. Let's do that real quick. Please note this tutorial is kept up to date with the main branch and not the most stable release. We'll develop a parser and interpreter for a programming language called Foo. Not a general purpose guide to language development. Keep Chomsky's open and documentation open in the browser tab. Chomsky's parsers are declarative. They still perform intricate flow control internally, but it's all hidden away. If you've ever seen Bacchus now form, you'll have a good sense of what this means. I think I have. Oh, sorry, flashbang. Ouch. But for example, yeah. Okay. Similarities between parser and iterator. The most important API is the parser trait, implemented by all parsers. Often feels very similar to writing iterators in Rust using the iterator trait. FS read to string, so one long string. Good, because that's what we've got. Create a data type that represents a program written in Foo. All programs in Foo are expressions, so we'll call it expression. Num, var, neg, add, sub, mul, div, call. So this is its grammar essentially. It's an abstract syntax tree. All possible food programs are defined recursively in terms of itself. Box is used to avoid the type being infinitely large. Right, so you've got box expression, etc. So a function can be a name with arguments, a body, and a then, whatever a then is. Hmm. All right, I'll buy that. As an example, the expression let x equals 5, x times 3 is encoded as follows using the expression type. Let, I see. So that's the type. Let name, right hand side, then. I see. Is then a magic name or is it just something they've used to describe it? I feel like it's just something they've used to describe it. Purpose of our parser will be to perform this conversion from source code to AST. We're going to create a function that creates foo's parser. Our parser takes in a char stream and produces an expression. So we use those types for the input and output type parameters. Yeah, I'm doing Chomsky. Hey, how you doing? Well, I'm trying to learn Chomsky. The error associated type allows us to customize the error type that Chomsky uses. Well, we'll probably be using Miet, but we'll stick to simple I. I see, error equals. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So let's start. I think we probably start by trying to describe the things we need to know about. Um, One of the things is that I need, because it's char stream, I need to define when I get to a new line, I need a row that increments. So I need to know the column and the row at all times. Hmm. Can I do this with that, or do I just need to work with a grid, a vec of vec? No, I don't think I need to. Let's follow this down as far as it goes. Okay. I have no idea what will take the place of expressions since I think basically there are only 3 things that it can possibly be on the map. So that should be a simple parser, right? Let's see if we can define them. So we have every character is either empty space, a dot, an obstacle, a guard. Um, so in theory, derived debug, sure, why not? It's not going to be an expression. It's going to be coordinate, position. Map grid. Not sure about naming there. So either it's going to be empty or space. Empty. Which is going to be a string or a character. In fact, they're all going to be characters, aren't they? Oh, no, because one of them you want to pass it into a type. And potentially you could do like components for obstacles and the guard. Let's just go with char for now. Um, crucially, we also need to know row and column for each character. Okay. This is way more complex than I necessarily need right now, but um, where was the implementation here? So fn parser, impl parser, and an error type. Oh, what do I need to import? Use Chomsky parser. Okay, the following other trait type. So is it because of the error type? I'm sure it is. Yeah, maybe can Miet error take a char? No, it can't. So hang on, let's test this theory by going error equals simple char. If it's Miet that's the problem, it'll tell us. It is not. Okay. So position might be the problem here. Takes a char and produces an expression. So those are the input and output types, which I think is what I've done. But it doesn't like that. Huh. What am I missing? Oh, maybe I should just bring the prelude in, right? Or is it because of the return type? Oh, maybe it is. So what would it return in its most basic form? Show me a parser. I feel like we've skipped a step, folks. Tutorial not as helpful as it could be. To be filled in later was not actually what I want. That is literally the only piece of code in there that contains that code. What the fuck? Yeah, but why doesn't the tutorials tell me? That's what a tutorial's for. That's kind of annoying. All right. Show me the shortest example you have. No, not the foo language. No. Fine, the foo language then. What are you returning? Oh my God. This is way more detail than I need. So you're returning essentially this, which is this. Okay. So what is your placeholder code? For example, if I was to do this, okay, so it's all functional. I don't want recursive. What's the simplest possible parser? Try running what code? Although we promised our parser would produce an expression, the filter primitive only outputs the input it found. The simplest element of foo syntax is numbers. In parser, use this. Hey, Yag, how you doing? Just some string, right? Return type was inferred to be Chomsky primitive just. So it's certainly not, but it is the return type that's the problem. Yeah. So it's only outputting the input. So char to char. Yep. So you would have to go map expression num. Yeah, I gotcha. So what would happen if, for example, just woke up, so nothing. Nothing had a chance to ruin your day yet. Hey, I'm sure that's not going to happen. I'm doing okay. I am learning about Chomsky, which is a way of parsing things. And I am doing it very, very slowly because I am very, very slow. So we do want to filter, what are we looking for? Let's try this. Let's get all the dots. And then we'll make those empty. Oh, position empty. Starting to get this, I think. I don't know that we need to give it the dot. Do I need to unwrap? Let's try. Hang on, what was the previous? Oh, as F64. Interesting. I don't think we want the cast. Let's just do that. Interesting. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think we even need to give it the character. Redundant closure. Interesting. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's check if it supports our use of Miet. No, definitely not. But we could potentially use Miet map error. But let's not go there right now. Let's not go there right now. Let's do this instead. So, all right. So we can filter every dot into being a position empty. That makes sense. That makes total sense. Now, that's the combinator part of parser combinators. Try running the code. You can type a digit into test_foo and have our interpreter generate an AST like so. All right, so why don't we put this in a test? This. So down in the tests, we got so much spam from all of these unused things. Get rid of this. Chomsky actually has a sister project by the same dev called Ariadne for really fancy pass errors, so it's mostly optimized for that. I gotcha. I just happened to have been learning about Mia in previous days, that was all. Okay, so this is not a vex string. It is going to be a toString, I guess. All right. Okay. First of all, let's get rid of this. Just clear up some of the spam. Puzzle input string asset. Line 9. Oh, lots of things never used. Oh my God. Honestly. All right. Variants never constructed. Yep. Allow dead code should probably take that, right? No? Not a clippy thing, I guess. Okay, now we're getting better. Puzzle input string asset pub string. Consider removing this field because it's dead code, but it will not be for long. Oh yeah, thanks, Mazadex. I appreciate that. You're absolutely right. Let's do that instead. Okay. Now that is also reasonable to put in here, just to clear up our outputs. Okay. Now then, we were struggling with the input. Okay, so print parser pass input does very little at the moment. Oh, and also because it's probably going to. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, empty. Ta-da! So, is there only one of them? I guess because we're not doing more than the first character. So let's see if our first, yeah, our first character is a dot. Well, that's this one right here. Okay, cool. Next, passing digits, blah, 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 blah. Okay, num5. If you're more than a little adventurous, you'll quickly notice that typing in a multi-digit number doesn't quite behave as accepted. Filter only accepts a single input. Why did our interpreter not complain at the trailing digits that didn't get passed? Passers are lazy, lazy, lazy passers. They will consume all of the input that they can and then stop. This is not always desirable. Then ignore and end. Interesting. I don't want to consume all of the input though. I want character by character. Huh. End primitive succeeds if it encounters the end of the input. Nice. Combining these together, we now get an error for longer inputs. This reveals another problem. Any white space before or after our digit will upset our parser and trigger an error. Yeah, okay. Handle white space by adding a call to padded by, which ignores a given pattern before and after the first and after our digit parser, and a repeated filter for any white space characters. So, should I be using repeated? What happens if I do? Do I do it after the map? No, that's the combinator. So I assume I can't do this. Yeah, bad things happen. Okay. But I could, in theory, do this. No. What about this? Hang on, where does repeated come in the scale of things here? Filter, brace to brace, repeated. Huh. Okay. Interesting. 4 lines of code to properly pass a single digit. Let's clean things up a bit. Okay, so map string, expression, num, s pass, unwrap. Okay. Text int 10. Bunch of text parser primitives that come with Chumpsy to get rid of some of this craft. Custom digit parser has a built-in parser that passes any non-negative integer. Okay. Create a function that can evaluate our AST. Recursively calls itself, evaluating each node of the AST. Oh, okay. Combining the results via operators until it has a final result. Any runtime errors simply get thrown back down the stack using question mark. We can pass our AST to eval. Match parser pass. Wait, what? Okay. Okay, we get AST, match eval AST. Interesting. All right. Let's grab this and play with it. Cannot find function eval. So it's not in the prelude is what you're telling me? That seems unlikely. Oh, eval was something that they wrote. Okay, I gotcha. So let's put this with the parser. Result F64 string. Why? Because of num. Okay. I see. Because it calls it recursively, I see. So it could either be an F64 or a string is what they're saying? Or its output is always an F64. Huh. Recursively calls itself evaluating each node of the AST, combining the results via operators until it has a final result, which has to be an F64, right? So what is this? String is the error type. The output AST is the evaluated F64, yeah. Okay. So in our case, we have position. And I guess the output is, I don't understand why I would want character in this situation, but let's just try it for a sec. Because I think I actually want the position back. Eval A, eval B. Okay, interesting. But I don't think I need that. I think my needs are very simple. Ah, okay. So you think merge match arms is a good idea? Why? Oh, because they're all doing the same thing. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So this is interesting because I don't care about the character. I want the enum, don't I? It's not like I'm trying to evaluate the entire map looking for a result. I just want to know what's at every position. I also want to know what the row and column numbers are. That's the really crucial thing. So I feel like eval is actually not helping me here. Really, all I want to do is pass it in and know which position everything is at. Yeah, it's pointless in my case. I think you're right. Okay. So we don't want to do that. But we do want to recursively, well, I don't know about recursively, but progressively evaluate each position and know what its coordinates are. But it's good to know anyway. Unary operators. I think my needs are incredibly simple. I think I just want to go through every single character, identifying which one it is and knowing what its position is. So I'm not certain that I'm really doing myself any favors here, but it is kind of interesting to learn. I wonder if a search by row and column would be helpful. Chomsky Schutzenberger? We may end up asking the AI for a bit of an example. I just want to track during the passing process and also iterate through each character in turn. What do I mean by row and column? Well, I need to know the coordinates of each thing. Um, so I'd like to know how far through my process I am, how far through my passing. A grid is not a good fit for Chomsky. Yeah. Yeah, I was just wondering if I could tweak it to my purposes, but I'm rapidly arriving at the conclusion that this is more complexity than I need. It'd be better for something like the do and don't one in day 3 or day 4, whenever it was. Um, hmm. All right, let's park it because I don't think this is helping. And we'll see if we can come back to it on the next couple of days. You just have a simple grid of one character per cell. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's an interesting idea though. I kind of like this working from an enum, like it almost seems more declarative than norm was. But yeah. So I think we will keep this though. We're just not going to go. We're not going to store a character in them. We could potentially store. No, we'll just insert them into our hash map. So instead of. Instead of ball, we could just use position. But we don't need to. Ball just seems really weird to have like true as the only possible option. Um, yeah, yeah. The only reason I was doing it that way rather than using a VAC was ease of lookup. But It doesn't really matter. Characters in a vacuum. um, I'm trying to be responsible. Plus, I may end up visualizing this, and it'd be quite useful to have them so I can check frame by frame where we are. So yeah, we'll leave it like that for now. But let's get rid of parser. And this. And then we're left with our string. So we need to make a grid of it. So a vec of char, I guess. I mean, you could just do it that way, but it'd be fiddly. You can probably just use 3 smaller vecs of indices of their corresponding characters. Yeah, totally can. Let's just proceed and see where we get to, because I want it to be testable. So you did a hash set U8 U8, 1D vec, 2D vec. Yeah. Have I used a hash set before? I don't think I have. Okay, so let's get rid of this. We know that we're going to need 41 visited locations, and we know that our little guard guy or gal is facing north always, because it's the same in this. There she is, right there. Okay. So, break it up into a grid. And then we would, well, actually, we don't need to. We can just process it as, so let's go we don't even need the grid. We need to know how big it is. Because we need to know when they leave the area or when they're about to leave the area. So, let, are they always square? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, they are. And the solution is as well. I mean, the input is as well. So that means we can use squareness doesn't matter, only rectangularness. Yeah, but they just happen to be square, so I don't need to know 2 dimensions. I only need to know 1. So let, I don't know, width equals input. Actually, you know what? Let's just return it as a, you essentially need width, obstacles, and guard position. The other is just the 1 and the length of the vec. Yeah, I know, but if you've converted it out so that you don't have the vec anymore, it'd be useful to know what the dimensions are. But in this case, it'll only be 1 number. So how is the best way of doing this and be testable, but also support the resource that we're going to use later? You just need width in the 1D vac, height you can calculate. Yeah, but I might not have the 1D vac anymore, is what I'm saying. if I'm storing it in a bevy component. So I'm just wondering, how do I make it testable? I mean, why? Because I'll probably end up visualizing it. So it'll essentially be like a mini game. So I don't want to keep a 1D vec around forever. Um, so I think I need, in process, I'm going to be essentially calling, I'm going to grab this, which is going to be a mute area map or mute. Yeah, area map. Wouldn't it make sense to still have it backed by the 1D VAC of the AOC input? No, I don't think so, because it's just the raw information, right? It's like loading a level. You don't necessarily keep the level around after you've processed it. New area map is going to be a res mute area map. And then we'll end up loading into that. So we've got to grab guard position, guard facing, and obstacle positions. And then essentially one dimension for this to work. Don't you have to track the neighboring elements and be able to tell what's near? Yeah, but I'll just check what their current coordinates are and check what's around them using the hash map probably. Obstacle positions, and actually I only need one dimension, the one they're facing in. I don't care about what's on either side of them. So I can just add one to whatever vector coordinate I need to. Obstacle positions, and what was the other thing? Oh yeah, I need to know the dimension. So what's the most sensible way of doing that? We've got the puzzle asset already, so we can just run through that, get all the obstacles, find the guard position. So just separate it out into individual functions is probably simplest. So let's go fn find guard, taking a, should we just take the string, I suppose? It's probably simplest. Oh, we got adds in a sec. Hmm. Do I want rows and columns for that, or do I not need to care? I don't know that I need to care. Hey, Fanny, how you doing? You mic off today? Don't forget your tea. So I can take a string. So let's go input string. And we're returning a vec2. Just forgot to remove badge. Yeah, I do that all the time. And then we take, actually, could take the dimension there would be the nice easy way of doing it. I guess wall length is essentially what we're saying, or room length. which is a can be a U32 or I32. And that probably would be a Miet results. And then we'll just go, okay, vec2 0. Then we get find obstacles, which is a input string. Do we take an input string, or at this point is it better to have wrong column? Actually, it doesn't matter. Room length is yet results vec2, which is going to be, actually, no, not vec2. That's going to be a hash map vec2 and the pointless boolean. I don't think we need it, but whatever. Hash map default. And oh, we get ads. I didn't even notice. I would love to know why this Lua code environment and variable is happening. Should do an update at some point. And we need to know guard facing, but we can start with guard facing north. So that's default. Obstacle positions and guard positions. So that's fine. Okay. So I can test that using the test. So let guard pos equals find guard input 10. Let obstacles equals find obstacles input 10. And our facing direction is going to be north. And then we'll essentially need like a it's almost like a while guard is still in map. And then we manipulate the guard position. So it'll essentially be let mute visited, I should say, while guard pause. There's probably a way to test vec2 for being outside a certain range. Like naively, you could go while guard pause x is less than 10 and guard pause y is less than 10. But is there a way to do that? Vec2 test, I guess it would be like inside box. So inside area. Yeah, so you could provide like a urect or whatever. Create the rect that's between your 2 points using rect min max rect, and then simply check via contains. Ah, yes. Is this, wait, what language is this? What language is this? Where are the tags, damn it? Oh, Unity. Okay. Let's try that with bevy and urect. In fact, can we even do it without looking up? Let's find out. Let bounce equals urect new. It's not like urect all min and max, which is uvec 2. Can I just use rect? Do I have to use urect? Hmm. Tell me your secrets, bevy. Rect. Rectangle defined by two opposite corners. That's exactly what I want. Because it's analogous to what we would do if we had a player controller and we wanted to know if they left the area. So that's good learning. Fields max and min. So mass will just do that. So let's go rect min vec2 0 max vec2 new 10 10. Doesn't like that because I did something wrong. F sharp indeed. Oh, F32. Yeah, fair enough. So I could use urect. Except I think I've started by storing vec2s, but we can fix that. We can fix it. It's fine. Yeah, so let's use uvec instead. Just for simplicity's sake. We might even be able to do some passing magic with that. Now what's your problem? Oh yeah, these need to return uvec as well. Hash map is just so not used. Dude, I know. I know I can use a 1D vec. I really do. I promise you. I'm trying to learn about some things that are adjacent to the kinds of games that I'm going to be writing. And so I'm just trying to extend that knowledge into this. It's not like I'm trying to come up with the simplest possible solution to advent of code. I'm just working on some things for myself. But I appreciate the point. You're absolutely correct. Okay, so there's one more. Yep, that's fair enough. Not happy with that. Okay. Yeah. All right. So our while then becomes while guard pause, while bounds contains, maybe? Hmm. Okay. So that is a thing. Let's just check its definition. Check if a point lies within this rectangle, inclusive of its edges. Okay, cool. So once we leave that, yeah, while bounds contains, and then we need a way to break out of that. We have to basically guarantee that it will break out. Um, yeah, so what we could do is we're starting from guard pause. we're incrementing our counter so that we get our position counter, our visited counter. To be careful not to actually run this, or it'll loop infinitely. Visited plus equals 1. And then actual. Yeah, so actually this is actual. And we'll move it in its direction. So in this case, we're going to be moving north. Now, UVic has some facilities for this as well, I believe. But let's just go with making guard pos mutable. And guard pos y plus equals 1. Hash map is defined multiple times. Excellent. Visited, yeah. G. It may not be a G. Obstacles is find obstacles. Yeah, cool. So we also need some logic in essentially we're going to go with guard pos. Instead of guard pos y being plus equals 1, we're going to go with guard pos equals move guard. And it needs to know about the obstacles. Needs to know about the obstacles and what direction it's currently facing. So you got to wonder whether the guard should actually be a guard object that contains both its position and its current facing direction. That's how I'd do it if it was a component in a bevy game. So let's treat it that way and go instead of guard facing can still be a north, south, east, west. Although chances are that it'll probably implement diagonal movement in the next exercise, but that's okay. So area map can have a guard, which is a guard. And then possibly derive component, but we won't worry about that too much yet. But we do want derive defaults and debug struct guard facing and location or pause. Yeah. Okay. Missing closing delimiter, blah, blah. So now when we have find guard, we want to return a guard. Yeah. And then back down here, guard is a guard. And guard becomes move guard. We either pass a mutable reference to guard or we return a new copy of guard. I think we just return a new copy of guard. Move guard, guard and obstacles. And in fact, you could even call guard move, right? Yeah. So we'll go back to guard and we'll implement move. That'll have to be an and mute self. And what's going on here? Expected a name, found keyword. Oh, yeah. We can't use move. To use it as an identifier, R star. There we go. What's your problem? Cannot find value guard pause in the scope. Yes, you're correct. Now, can I implement something that will let me do this? Why don't I just go guard.pos? There you go. Expected field name or nunder. This is kind of ugly. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Advance. Now what's your problem? Mutable reference but not used mutably. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so now we know our position and which way we're facing. So the naive interpretation would be match self pause. No, match self facing. Guard facing shore east would be self pause. This is ignoring obstacles, of course. Self pause x plus equals 1. How badly am I screwing that up? Missing match arm? Yeah. South. Now this is a UVic. So this is actually kind of not great because it can't go below 0, which is a problem because it can't leave the map. Maybe UVec was a mistake. I think it probably was. So there's that. Is that the only sensible way of doing it? Let's go with that for now. We also need obstacles. What am I passing? I think Vec2 is going to be necessary. So there's going to be some issues with that. Um, yeah, that sounds right. So I need to deal with obstacles. There we go. All right, now obstacles. Um, so this is just normal travel. So in order for me to deal with obstacles, I need to know what's ahead of me. So I need let next pos equals match self-facing. And then we repeat this. And we that's pretty much it, right? So vec2 x is self pos x plus 1. This is possibly not the most efficient way of doing it. What's your problem? Incompatible types? Yeah, I know. So we do the same thing. West and north. And then, what is your problem? All right, now, east is plus 1. West, south is y plus 1. West is x minus 1. And north is y plus 1. Which means I may have gotten this wrong. Oh, no, that's right. Okay. So that's our next pos. And so we need to look up next pos in the hash map to determine if it's an obstacle or not. Anything else we don't really care about. So let if obstacles, is it just obstacles get? Boo, 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 Vic2. So next pause. That's definitely not going to work, but let's find out why. If the get exists, no information available. Oh, right. It needs equal or partial equal. Huh. That's a very good point. So you can't do a hash map vec2? What's defined on vec2? It's essentially Glam's vec2, isn't it? It's got partial equal, but it doesn't have equal. Bugger. So I can't do a hash map of vec2 is what you're saying. That could suck. I could just do a hash map of tuple. That would not be ideal. Boo, 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 boo. Requires equal to be implemented on the type. Vec2 does not. Since F32 does not. Oh, right. If you're doing a chunk map, you could use UVec2. Oh, damn it. I did. All right. You know what we're going to do? We're going to do... Oh, I'm a nitwit. I don't care about negative numbers in UVec2. I only care about numbers. It just has to not be a float. It can be negative. All right. Let's revise all of that. And this is now a urect. Wait a minute. U32 is not what I need, though. What about I32? Is there an IVEC? Yes. Okay, that's what I need. All right, that should make things a little easier. Bad Vimmer, very, very bad Vimmer. Okay. Expected and unknown. So tell me about this. Returns a reference to the value corresponding to the key. The key may be any borrowed form of the map's key type, but hash and equal on the borrowed form must match those for the key type. Sure. Or even, it doesn't even need to be get. It can just be contains. Or is it contains? Contains key. Yeah. Expected that, found IVEC2. Oh, whoops. That's not right. There we go. Now what? Expected reference, consider borrowing. Yay. All right. We finally got there. What a mission. That's all right. We're learning about maps. We're learning about maps. It is fine. If I'm 10 times slower than everybody else, it doesn't matter much. Okay, let's go to 161 because there's an issue there. This needs to be I32s. Cool. Now, so if obstacles contains key next pos, we need to do a right-hand turn. So how do we do that? We essentially rotate. So FN turn right. Oh, we're going down the rabbit hole now. Self facing equals match self-facing. Uh, guard facing. So if you're east, you go south. Can't wait to see how easy Chris made this. West. North. And east. So basically we turn around in a tight little circle. All right. So if obstacles contains key, blah, we go self turn right and return because we don't want to move anywhere. Wait, are the instructions that it turns right and advances? My dude. I really appreciate that I can use a 1D VEC. I promise you. I promise you I understand it. I really do. I'm just playing around with how I would approach this if it was a game and I needed to constantly track a guard's position and think about the ways in which I would interact with it. I'm not saying you're wrong. You're absolutely correct. I'm just playing around with ideas. I swear I understand what you're getting at. Okay. So if the guard turns right, does it advance? Is the question. Oh, yeah. Otherwise, take a step forward. So you don't advance. So in that case, we need to return out here. Okay. So I guarantee that there's probably like a simple way to move north, south, east, west using a VEC. So let's just find out if that is the case. VEC to compass directions. Oh, what the hell? Flashbang. Bevy VEC2 compass directions? Nope. Methods. Clamp. Extend, floor, fract, etc. Lip. Move towards. But that's move towards another VEC2. I mean, I guess you could have VEC2s for north, south, east, and west, like in extreme compass directions, and then just you do a move towards. VEC2x, VEC2y, VEC2 neg x. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So what do they evaluate to? Like the maximum possible values? They must, right? Interesting. Okay, well, let's try doing that. Let's see where we get to. Okay, so normalized vectors. Huh. Okay. Um, hmm. So would I do a move towards? I feel like I would, right? So let's test that theory. Self pause, move towards. That's not doing what I expected it to do. Let's try IVEC2 just to make sure there's no difference. And there isn't. Yes, there is. So iVec2 doesn't support move towards and Vec2 does. They're basically equivalent, yeah. Yeah, so move towards is only present on Vec2, but not iVec2. Because of it needing to be a float, I guess. Huh. Anyway, this will do for now. So let's play around with that. So now we've got guard advance, and it'll update itself essentially. While bounds contains guard pause, guard advance, obstacles, actual plus equals 1. So that shouldn't infinite loop, I hope. Because we are changing its position each time. Okay, well, we got a number, so that's interesting. It visited 11 positions. Which is not what we wanted, but it is interesting. I wonder if we could print it out. We could at least print the positions, and that would help us out a little. So debug guard pause and see where it thinks it's moving. Actually, wouldn't it just leave? If it's facing north, why wouldn't it just leave the map? Oh, because of this. I missed that line. Okay. Yeah, so let's see what positions it got to. Move towards is just alert with a different value scale. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so we start at 0, 0, which is not right. I must have initialized it at vec2 0. So we're not getting the. Did we not? Oh, we didn't implement find guard. That would explain it. We also didn't find obstacles, so there's no obstacles. So no wonder. All right. So let's start with that. We're getting a string and a room length. So the guard pause becomes let some pause. No, we can just use met. So let pause equals lep takes 0 to and move towards takes 0 to distance. I gotcha. So you'd use lep to go halfway with 0.5. Use move towards if you want to move 10 actual units. Okay, cool. Interesting. So input position, I believe. Might have to check this one, but I think it's something like that. Is it editor position or char's position? Apparently char's position. Only be used on results, not options. Yeah, sure. Or else error yet. I think I did something like that last time. Okay, or else, yeah, yet missing. Okay, let's try that. Something akin to that. And no, we're definitely not passing back guard default. So that is a position in a string, but not a coordinate. So we probably are better off doing an we know the room length, so can we just divide by the room length, and is that reliable? I feel like it should be, right? So what is the actual pos? Let's find that out and then we'll think about it. 70. So in the example, it's at index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's definitely not what we need. Hmm. Is there really 70 characters in? Oh, because the new lines, maybe? So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 would be there-ish. But with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 new lines. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Um, that's pretty primitive. Why don't I just put it in a slice of chars? Since I'm not having to worry about Chomsky anymore. Hmm. So it would be something like, what did I do for day 5? Ah, but I was using the multiple string input on that one. Whereas this one, it's just a single string. So we could just do string split. Do I have to do chars and then split? And then that becomes a split. Collect. It's going to want to know what type. Can I just use lines? Or do I have to use iter lines? I feel like I have this argument with myself every time. Okay, then this becomes a string, which is not really what we want. Why is that a string? That won't work. Oh, it does. I'm surprised. Collect into a string, so it's probably inferred. Yeah, I think that is what happened. So that would be fine. And then this will have the wrong argument. So this is now a slice of string. And then it's going to struggle. Okay, so let's go back down there and fix this one. That can just be that. And this can be the same once we do this. Okay, now this no longer needs chars, and then we go for x c and input iter enumerate. That's not C, that's row. Oh yeah. I think because we've got I think it's more like find if it's an array of characters. Does whoa, stop that. God damn it. Why do you not use my dark mode? I don't care about the slice, I care about the end string. Don't care about that. Find index is what we're looking for. It is position. Oh, but that's on regular string. Oh, just find, really? Apparently so. That was easy. Okay. Find blah, okay, or else blah. And then did I get a message missing field on rule? What? Day 6. Oh, right. uh couldn't find guard. Okay, so that definitely didn't work. Oh, right, except it might actually not be. So this becomes an iflet. Some Okay, we found them at 6-4, which sounds right to me. Let's check. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4. Perfect. Okay, cool. We can find a guard. We're happy about that. We are very happy about that. We do not need our room length anymore, which makes it much tidier. And this is okay guard. Pause. Vic 2 new x y facing uh facing north. So guard facing north. Okay, what is your suggestion for me now? Expected this to be so that is no longer true. Return that. And then this needs to return an error. Can I do this? No. That's a report. Right. Okay, fair enough. I'm not am I returning a report? Maybe I am. Or a yet results. So I guess a yet error. I cannot remember how to use that. Try wrapping the result in there. Oh yeah. And then it would be could I still use the Miet type? I feel like I can. So I could go I'm sure I've seen this. Yeah. Okay. Return okay. Oh yeah, yeah. I was trying to find an error. I just haven't used Miet very much yet, so still learning on that. Okay, expected IVAC. Yes, you're correct. Arguments are incorrect because X and Y are probably ulen or usize. Yeah. All right. So we're gradually, snail's pace getting there. Okay. Now find guard. It no longer takes one of those things. So we can get rid of that and probably this. Okay, getting closer. Yeah. So this goes away. Whoa, stop that. Whoa, where'd you go? Bad Vimmer. Very bad Vimmer. Okay. Now, we take that and then we find the obstacles. So we follow really a very similar process to this. So it could be a generic function, but let's do one thing at a time. For X row and input or enumerate, if let's on Y equals this, return. Now it's saying it's going to return a hash map. So yeah, it is a bit different. So yes, let's go. Let mute obstacles equals hash map. Actually, is there, can I do this? The ball is ridiculous. It's a terrible design, but never mind. Is there a macro for a hash map? Hmm. Like a vec? Actually, can't you do this? I feel like there's a short form. I think that might be right. No, it's not. Yeah. Oh, into. Right. I swear I've seen something like that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Good call. So this becomes a push or an insert or however it is that we do this. IVEC to new. Oh, actually, you could probably even do this. I think. I'm not even sure. X, Y. I don't know if that's implemented. And this one is true because I am ridiculous. No. From you side. Oh, right. Huh. I'm surprised that worked. And okay, so this is could not find guard. And this is not really an error, to be honest, because it's fine if there are no obstacles. But I can't just do this. So I would just go, okay, obstacles. All right. This function takes one argument, blah, blah. Hello, something's happening. Left 41, right 7. Okay. So we've debugged the guard pauses. So let's see what it's actually doing right now. It starts at 6.4. It moves to 6.5, 6.6, 6.7, 6.8, 6.9, and 6.10, and then it buggers off. And that's because we're going the wrong way. That number should be decreasing, not increasing. So let's try. Let's try. Moving. When we're moving and we're going north, self plus y plus equals 1. Yeah. Wrong way. Turn around. There we go. Is the same true of this? East is plus equals. Yeah, so that one's correct. Hey! Okay, now we got a lot more movement. We're still not quite there, but we've got a lot more movement. So 41.26. This is good. This is progress. So where are we going on our little map? We go all the way to the top, I hope. So 6.3, 6.2. Wait. 6 is wrong. It's changing the wrong value. It's not at 6.4. It should be at 4.6. Uh-oh. Okay. What have I done? Guard pause is incorrect to start with. It's incorrect to start with. X, Y, X, Y. Find guard. If let some Y is right. Oh, yeah. Should have been YX. No, stop it. Okay. Now we're at 41.11. Okay, so X is 4, Y is 6. X row in other places, you think. Interesting. Yes, you're right. Yep. 100%. It's sort of almost ingrained to make X come first, right? Now we're at 7. Okay, so we keep changing, but that's okay. Let's see if there's any other uses of that we need to manipulate. Where is it actually moving? 4, 6, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. It should not get to 0. So we shouldn't move it if there's an obstacle in the way. It shouldn't get to it because of that. So let's go back to our move or advance, whatever we're calling it. Okay, next pause. If obstacles can self-turn right, return. Otherwise, we adjust. So this is probably wrong. This contains key. Let's see if that ever fires. Bet it doesn't. Nope. Okay. So that's wrong. Next pause is an IVAC, right? Yeah. So this thing that we're working out must be wrong. If we're facing east, +1, y, that's wrong. Oh no, y +1, that's right. West -1, y -1. There it is. Hey, we got a lot more activity. Must be close. 41.56. Oh, we got some ads coming through in a sec. Oh, man. I feel like I'm close. I feel like I'm close. Um, so where would it be going wrong? What we'll do is we will. I'm tempted to draw the map like they drew in the results. We've got to be close. 41 distinct positions, and they exit out the bottom, which would be that's going to be x7, y9. 7, 9, 7, 10. So it does exit out the bottom. We shouldn't count this last guard position. The contains should have failed at that point, which I think it did. It's possible we're missing a. It's possible we're missing a obstacle. So one option would be to actually draw the map and compare it with theirs. We could try that. Hmm. As a visual debugging method. I feel like I'm really close though. It's exiting out the correct place. Interestingly, that I wouldn't have expected that last one to fire because it should be while bounds contains guard pause, then we debug it. But contains should have failed because we've got a 10 by 10, I think. Pretty sure we do. Oh, this is an IVAC. So it's not about length, it's about positions, right? Now we got 41.55. 7 and 9. So it is correct in terms of where it exits, at least. So that's good. And 0 and 0. Guard advance with the obstacles. Maybe we should check real quick to make sure that the obstacles are in the correct positions. So every time we encounter an obstacle, we'll debug it out. We don't need this right now. Debug. Next pause. All right. So it found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 obstacles. And it found them at beginning with 0, 4, 4, 0, which is that one. And then it turned right and went until it hit this one, which is at 9, 1. That's correct. Isn't it? Yeah. And then it turns south. No, wait. When it hits that one, it turns right and should go until it hits this one, which is at 8, 7. That's correct. Then it should turn right and go until it hits this one, which is at 1, 6. That's correct. Then it should hit this one, which is 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. Yep. Then 7, 4. Yep. That's 7, 4. Then 6, 9. Yep. Then 0, 8. Yep. Then 1, 6. Then 8, 7. And then out. So it's following the correct path. Something tells me we're miscounting a couple of things. Ah, I got it. It doesn't advance when we hit an obstacle. So we need to store the amount of visited on the guard itself. Oh, yeah. And when the path passes over itself. Oh, goddamn. That could be hard. Actually, no, it's not. But we do need to store a list of visited locations on the guard itself. Okay, so actual is going to be guard visited len. And then we'll go to guard. Oh, we're returning a new copy of guard every time. Well, that's not necessarily a deal breaker. Yes, it is. Why are we doing that? Oh, anyway, we'll fix it in post. So visited. Pub visited is a vec of I vec2 and missing visited. Yes. Yeah, we do need the original guard. We can't just keep replacing it. Oh, I see. So that's just defaults. That's for creating the guard. But then when we do guard move, so let's get rid of this debug spam. Now, we need to record visited. So if obstacles contains key, no, return. Otherwise, we do update the visited locations. Visitor self visited push. Self pause clone. No. And then match self facing, and then we increase. So now we're really close, 41, 45. So I think you're right about the just needing to check it to make sure that we haven't visited it before. So if, I'm sure this isn't very efficient, but if self contains, I do believe, pause, self visited contains. Oh, really? Well, that's helpful. I thought it had to be a closure. And this should be a not. Oh, right. Yeah. Hey, check it out. Okay. Uh-oh, it passed. Accidentally arrived at the solution. Okay. So in theory, that's going to work. In theory. So let bounds equals blah. While bounds contains guard pause, guard advance. Let expected is 41. Expected is 41. All right. So now we do it for real by using the actual resources. So in solve A, all right. So we've got the puzzle assets. So I need to do what Wardstone does and stop saying so all the time. Or punish myself for saying it in some way. All right, so area map. We've got resmu area map. So find guard. So area map guard equals find guard just returns a guard, right? So find guard puzzle this is now going to become a lines collect. Expected struct guard, found results. Oh yeah, we absolutely have to do an unwrap because Bevy does not yet have errors in function systems, but it will soon. Oh, we still got this issue. No method name lines for puzzle input. Oh yeah. So this is actually puzzle 0. And then not slice cannot be built from iterator. Boop-a-doo. Is this because I haven't let input equals puzzle O lines collect? Okay, finally got there. Now, that's the guard. And then we need obstacles. Okay. And then we need to solve. So let bounds equals irect min ivec 2 0 max ivec 2 new. Now we need input length in this case, since I think it's 100. Excuse me, I think it's 130, but I don't really care. Now, I don't want it, it'll be len minus 1. I'm sure they are, because we need I32. Could just use 130, you know. Okay. And then while bounds contains guard pause, right? So, ow, creaky old bones. While guard pause while bounce contains guard pause. You could even give guard its own way to like error out when it when it leaves the area. Advance, passing a reference to obstacles. And debug guard visited length. Guard pause, yes. Why? Because it's on a thingy. And in fact, all of this stuff should have been done in process. Oh, this is in process. Okay. So all of this needs to go into solve. This is now area map. And this is correct, except that this is area map guard. This is no longer has input length. Oh, right. So how do we do this now? Do I need to store the dimensions somewhere? I'll just hard code it, honestly. Don't care that much right now. I'm pretty sure it's 129. I will check that. Area map obstacles. Okay, that is area map guard. Non-const. Oh, yeah. Mutable bow. Sure. Very true. Hmm. Interesting. It's got to be borrowed once. Yeah, you basically got to clone one of them. That's slightly annoying because the obstacles list could be quite large. Yeah, they shouldn't really be stored as shared resources. It should be more like no, not at all. They don't need to mutate the obstacles. I think it's just complaining because I'm borrowing the map twice and I don't need to. The guard could be its own thing very happily. Um, and yeah, 100%. But then it's going to complain that I'm borrowing area map both mutably and immutably in the same thing. The real solution is to get the guard out of here. Typically, I would make the guard a component and just move it around. But then the tests won't. Actually, yes, they will. Let's do this. The test should still pass with any luck. Yeah. So in init, actually in process, we need mute commands. Process is the system? Yes, it is. And then we go commands spawn guard. Actually, just find guard. It's a bit rough and ready, but it'll do. And then all of a sudden, things start making a bit more bevy sense. Do I want guard, yeah. Then this is that, that, and right. Yes, you do need to be mutable. That's 100% correct. All right. I think we got there. What is your problem? Does not need to be mutable, ironically. And our tests still pass, and we should be able to run and see what happens. So yeah, now guard is a component, area map is a resource. And is it definitely 129? And the last character is 130. So 129 should be correct, I think. See what happens. Oh, I didn't make a button for day 6. Oops. Menu. Okay, let's see how badly this fails. It thinks 59. That seems way too low. Let's find out. Nope. Okay. It's not the right answer. It didn't say too high or too low. Damn. That definitely seems too low, though. Yeah. All right. So 59 is too low. What's the time? 118. We're going for 4 hours and a half. Yeah, we can do a little bit more. We need to finish up soon. So, all right. So 59 is definitely wrong. What about the thing that I just changed could have affected it? Does find obstacles find only the first Ooh, interesting. I bet you're right. I bet you're right. Yep. 100%. Okay. Okay. Well, that was good to know. Nice tip. So, what is. Can you use match indices? Let me look that up. I think I've used this before, actually. Returns an iterator over the disjoint matches of a pattern within the string slice as well as the index that the match started at. Oh, nice. Match indices ABC collect. Oh, cool. Okay. So these are in end string. So I can just pick these out basically. Interesting. Okay. So let ob, row obstacles equals row match indices hash map. Do I want map? Yeah, I think I want map. So we're going to get x and underscore essentially, since we don't care about the hash. Um, actually, this would be a 4 each rather than a map, wouldn't it? Hi, puppies. Oh, no. You didn't. You put a bandana on the dog.
Both dogs.
Both dogs? Wait a minute. Let me see. Oh, both dogs. Deeply disturbing.
We got them free. Good job.
Not sure how I feel about clothing on dogs. So you're saying 4x and row match indices. Oh, right. Interesting. Okay. So you don't have to do it the other way around. For x underscore in row obstacles. Right, because it's an iterator. That makes total sense. Nice. Okay, still doesn't kill our test off, so that's good. And then we rerun to check if our output changes in here. That's a much more realistic looking number. 4890. You always get suspicious when it's a massive map and a small number. 4890. Come on. Drum roll. Yes. Thank you. Good tip. I think it would have taken me a little bit longer to find that. Okay, you're 1 gold star closer. I'll look at part 2, but I don't think I'm going to do part 2 unless it's really quick, because I eventually want to visualize this one. While they begin working around the guards' patrol route, you borrow their fancy device and step outside the lab. From the safety of a supply closet, you time travel. Of course you do. What I don't understand is why they don't just time travel and use that to monitor the guard's position through the last few months and record the nightly status of, oh, they are, okay, of the lab's guard post on the walls of the closet. Returning after what only seems like a few seconds, the guard's patrol area is simply too large for them to safely search the area without getting caught. They're pretty sure that adding a single new construction won't cause a time paradox. They'd like to place the new obstruction in such a way the guard will get stuck in a loop. Nice. To have the lowest chance of creating a paradox, they would like to know all of, oh God, of course. The new obstacle can't be placed at the guard's starting position. The guard is right there right now and would notice. Part 2 is hard. I think you're right about that. In the above example, there are only 6 different positions where a new obstacle would cause the guard to get stuck in a loop. Wow. Yeah. Okay, we're definitely not doing that now, but that's going to be an interesting one. So you basically got to figure out for every single one of them, recursively find where it would return to its starting point. Or if it does, if it can. Yikes. I think this could slow my PC to a crawl. All right. We're going to raid out of here and finish up for the day. Let's see who we can raid. Indie game devs. Thank you very much for the tips. That's been really interesting finding out some new stuff. We got Finn. Finn looks like he might have just started. We'll go and see Finn. Let's go see Finn. Raid. Finn's doing some 3D game dev stuff. Very cool. Another Kiwi streamer. Thanks very much for hanging out, everybody. Appreciate it. And we'll see you next time.